Name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And I'm live streaming. I got a lot of sleep last night, which was helpful. But realistically, I need another full night. You know?
Yay! Can I give you a kiss on the cheek?
Yes, please, hold on myself though.
Sure.
There you go, kitty.
Sorry, I know I said cheek.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you for hugging me.
Of course, I love you.
I love you too. So, we had a pretty long night's sleep there.
Yeah, we did.
We went to bed on the earlier side and got up after 1 o'clock. Which, you know, I definitely needed as much sleep as I could get, but I still need more sleep. I'm not done sleeping yet. And I have the date for my surgery. Found out about that today. It's not a bad time to have it, really. It's going to be on the 8th. Not a terrible time. It's not the greatest time. I wish it were more like the 4th. But, so it goes. You can't have things exactly as you want them necessarily. The USC Seton Hall game is going to come on in just a few minutes. I do plan to watch that. USC and Seton Hall are both undefeated. USC's had some very close games. I would imagine Seton Hall is favored in this game, though I don't know technically. But Seton Hall's already beaten a ranked team, and USC's beaten not such great teams. Although it's hard to tell at the beginning of the year how good a team's going to be, you know. Especially in the current landscape of college football where people are constantly changing players and stuff. Good afternoon, Winston's mom. And welcome, and thank you for being here. You know, I'm obviously still somewhat of a tenderfoot in the aftermath of a bottle of Adderall. It takes me a few days to get back to feeling like myself. But I'm pretty pleased with the way this crash has gone. It hasn't been bad at all, really. Hey, Yelp. Well, Seton Hall takes an early 2-0 lead here in this game of basketball. I have, in general, higher expectations for the women's team than for the men's team. Wait a second. That's not right. They scored those 2 points for Seton Hall for some reason. SC scored it. There we go. They fixed it. Finally taking the steps to relearn, get back into programming. Well, good. Is there something you want to program in particular? Basketball? More like hoop sphere. You could call it that. That would be fine. I like the idea of calling American football hand egg. I think that's a really good idea. Some European suggested that one time. I was like, on the nose. That's what we should call it. Hand egg. Okay. I was getting confused too. All right, good. So we have the lead, 5-4. This is a frenetic game out the gates. Both teams are playing fast and furious. You know, I think in some sense, I'm learning to have a healthy, happy relationship with live streaming when I'm not blacked out, you know? Because this has just as much value as me explaining things at great length, you know? Where's the mouse? There it is. I'm going to have the volume on in the background of this a little bit too. This will be more like a true basketball live stream in that regard. Oh, 6-5 Seton Hall. Put this, pop out the chat. An idea. An idea for making a game where magic system is based off of spells that are cast through incantations and follow nomenclature similar to organic chem nomenclature. I see. So it would be an alchemy heavy magic system, I suppose. Really? So favored. Huh. Well, hopefully we win. Currently we're down by a point. But you know, I was coming into the season, I was a lot more excited about the women's team than the men's team. But the men's team is so far undefeated, but we really haven't played anybody, I don't think. But you know, Eric Musselman, the USC head coach, he's got a ton of successful coaching stops, you know, and I think he did a good job in the portal. We got some good people. We have an entirely new team from last year, but we have a big team, which is helpful. Nice. There we go. There we go. Hi, the deal for real. The deal for real. Most of my ideas emphasize depth of game mechanics to increase immersion. It was always such a immersion barrier to just hit buttons to cast different spells instead of building the spells like a real wizard. Big homie, how are you? I'm doing pretty okay, Leon Hawkins. You know, I have a little bit of underlying dread in me, but
Do you?
well, I made the appointment for the dental surgery today.
Like what?
I made the appointment for the dental surgery today.
You did?
Yeah.
That means it's real.
Yeah. Smashing too much punani? No, that's not my problem. Not quite dread o'clock for me yet. Right, well. I would have liked the surgery to be a little earlier than it is, because it's gonna be will you stop being crass, please? Um, it's gonna be on the 8th, which means like I've got 5 days to recover before Christmas party, and hopefully my mouth heals in that amount of time. I don't know, I'm just gonna have to have some self-discipline in the aftermath of that, making sure everything heals properly. And that's a little bit stressful, but no meow. Once the sun is down all the way, I'm fine. Oh, so you have dread time during twilight as well. I also have that guilt. I tend to find twilight a dread-inducing time of day. I've always felt that way. Although I probably do less now than I used to. It's interesting that you and I both have that. Legends forever. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. I guess I'm just on the daily aware of my state of being, what I'm doing, what's going on, life in general, bigger picture stuff, smaller picture stuff. I'm just more aware of that than I used to be. Like less caught up in the moment and or focused on whatever's soothing me at the moment. So as he's got this one player dying to 7'5". That's a tall player. Yeah, I'm not sure when it started for me, but it wouldn't be surprising if it started around adolescence for me as well. Lygophobia is a rare term for fear of darkness, but it's more commonly known as nyctophobia, which is the intense fear of the dark or what is hidden in it. Phobia can be triggered by the presence or anticipation of darkness, and particularly common among children, though many outgrow it. Yeah, well, what y'all and I are talking about is not a fear of darkness, it's a fear of twilight. It's not really even a fear of twilight, it's the anxiety inducing qualities of twilight that probably stem from kind of a archetypal awareness of how it represents a barrier between life and death, periods of transition. It's like a liminal space. Nice job, guys. Nice job. Oh, and one. That's tough. I always feel aware of my mortality and all the thoughts I try to ward off. Ferrets were most active at dawn and dusk. Diurnal natures. Is that what they call that when you're active at dawn and dusk? Come on, guys. The 7-5 guy is a good shot blocker, good defense, like provides good defense, but I don't trust him at all with the ball in his hands. Nice job, guys. It is 12 to 10 in favor of USC at the moment. Oh, 12-12. It is a really fast-paced game. Both teams are playing rather frenetically. Oh, turnover again. Foul. Ah, come on, guys. The other thing is, later on this evening at 7 o'clock, the USC women play on Big Ten Plus, which is a streaming service I got specifically so I could watch the USC women's basketball games. It's kind of fun watching things on Big Ten Plus because there's no commercials. It's during the time when they're not playing, like at the halftime stuff, they just have this camera showing the court and like the cheerleaders doing their things and stuff like that. There's no commentary over it or anything. It's very it's as authentic a going to the basketball stadium experience as you can get on TV, you know. Yes, that is good for me. That's good for me because it lets me watch basketball games the way I want to. It's kind of interesting. Also, they have. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, they also have student broadcasters.
I like that.
Yeah, they're actually quite good usually.
They are.
Well, we're down by 2 here. This guy's got, I think, 2 more free throws to shoot. Three, two, one, blast off, huh? Well, there's not going to be any blasting off today. It's going to be a mild-mannered Tuesday. I would expect a low amount of, a low amount of words per minute compared to other times. I did want to live stream because, mostly I guess because I enjoyed it so much last night. I found it very soothing and it was comfortable to be in the company of others, you know.
It is, right?
Yeah. I also became aware of just how temporary everything is, which leads me to my feeling discouraged. All my innate abilities, all my achievements, all the resources I've accomplished, all acquired, all temporary. Yeah, things in life are transient, but it's also the case that different things are more permanent than others, right? Like, if I make a long form video and upload it, it has to some extent more permanence than if I make a live stream and upload it. Because a live stream isn't, while it's still accessible as a piece of media, it's not really consumable as such. It's an interactive experience, you know? Yeah, I mean, the realities of mortality can be disheartening if one focuses on them. Like I was saying last night, watching that Welsh history video really drives home the way in which all these, every person who's ever been, pretty much, except for the ones who are alive right now, they've all lived their whole lives, died, and been forgotten. All right, let's go. Come on, guys. We're down by 7 points right now. There we go. Now we're down by 5 points. I mean, the thing is, it's like these are very meaning-based concerns. The simple answer to these meaning-based concerns is like, you know, appreciate what you have to experience and appreciate while you're alive. And that's kind of the point of everything, is to have a fulfilling life in some regard. But I think lots of people feel somewhat lost about what would comprise a fulfilling life, and or they're unable to attain what would fulfill them. You know, there are a lot of people who would like to do various kind of creative jobs, but there's just not that much work in that field. And it's really hard to get hired in that field as a job, right? Like, it's very much gig kind of work. It requires a lot of self-discipline, and the people who are most intuitive don't necessarily have great self-discipline. Those things don't very well go hand in hand, I think. Because what people really mean by self-discipline is the ability to follow through on plans. But you know, that aspect of concretizing things is never going to be the natural wheelhouse of people who have what are basically abstractions as a default, you know? Lennon wrote, "Life is what happens when you are busy making other plans." You know, my brother works for a guitar accessory company, capos and all that. He's customer support, so he can work from home. When he's not doing that, he makes music and goes to music and art shows. Well, it sounds like he's found his spot in life, you know?
Yeah.
And it's hard not to feel somewhat envious of people like that who know what they're doing, etc. Of course, I used to be like that. When I was working as a debate coach, but um, but I wasn't necessarily a particularly healthy person back then. You know, to some extent, health involves humility and and empathy and stuff, and that seems to have come somewhat late in life for me. I mean, I'm more correct than I ever have been before, but I'm also less arrogant and more empathetic. Okay, come on, guys. We're getting our asses whooped. We're down by 9 points already in the first half. Come on, SC. There's a 3. Nope. Oh. Call a timeout, Muscleman. We're down by 11 points halfway through the first half. It is not a good sign. I don't want to sound like a happy Harriet, whoever she is, but oh my gosh, we are pretty darn fortunate people to be born into this first world life and have made it this far. Most humans didn't. Well, you're right about that, Winston's mom, and that's where Thanksgiving comes into play. It is important for us to feel grateful for all the many blessings we enjoy. You know, to some extent, my kind of teenage angst can be best solved with the statement, "Get a job." You know, if I have that much time to muse about my mortality and such, then obviously I need to get a job.
But like, you have the right attitude about it. But you're not like looking for a job begrudgingly. It's like you're ready for it.
Yeah, I am. And I'm not looking forward to the looking for a job part.
Yeah.
Trying to get a job, that part's not so much fun. But I am looking forward to having a job.
My dad is an expert on resumes, so if you need any help, he'd be more than happy.
Oh, I think I can manage it.
Yeah.
We are getting spanked here. We're down by 10 points. But we just need to make a bit of a run here. We'll be fine. I want to get a job so I'm less dependent on my family and closer to being a functioning adult, but I feel like Adderall would make the process a lot easier. Well, I mean, there are two processes, right? There's the process of getting a job, which is, in my mind, a lot harder than the process of having a job. Because, like, the external expectations will be adequate to get me to show up and do what I'm supposed to do. I think I have kind of a better relationship with time than I used to. Like, um, obviously sometimes time goes by faster, sometimes it drags, but by and large, the idea of spending X amount of hours at work just doesn't sound like a big deal to me. Not as big a deal as it once did, anyway. Well, we are down by 8 points now, so that's a little bit better. Uh, they're big too. Seton Hall. We're not. We're not overall outsizing them substantially as we do most teams. We have a big team. Where is Seton Hall anyway? Is it like in New York someplace? All right, there we go. There we go. We could close it to 6 or even 5 this trip. All right, we got fouled. I'd enjoy something like software engineering or electrical engineering. First, I got to get a degree. Music is also nice, but it's hard to make a living in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I find.
Oh, Seton Hall's in New Jersey.
Oh, that was. I was guessing it was somewhere.
Hello there, Judy. I'm doing well. How are you? We're watching a little basketball. USC missed both free throws. That's unfortunate. And, just spending a little time with the people. I might get a couple of chores done here in a second. Like, I need to go up to the street and get the other trash can. I need to put the full trash cans in the garage and or bag them in the contractor bag so we can take them to the dump. I would like to get a little bit of cleaning done in the kitchen too. Oh, he missed that layup. Come on, SC. We're getting our butts kicked right now. You're ready to walk, huh? It's raining in Maryland. Well, you know what they say about Maryland. It's a good place to get crab cakes.
It is, apparently.
So maybe while you're out walking in the rain, you can stop and get some crab cakes.
That is such a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm. There's still no coffee in this cup.
Is there coffee made? Do you want me to make some?
If you feel like making some, that'd be
Sure,
great. I don't know if there's anything in there or not.
I don't think there
You could also, of course, Judy, visit the famous school called Annapolis, which is, I think, like the Navy's version of West Point, I believe is what it is, Annapolis. But then some crab cakes, huh? Well, Rachel and I aren't big on traveling. We may eventually decide like we want to travel to the East Coast because it's where her parents live and her brother. Um, Also, my aunt lives on the East Coast. We can visit her. But we got other things we got to get handled first, you know. Y'all's never been out of Cali aside from Nevada. Well, where are you in Cali, y'all? Are you far from me? The truth is, Judy, personally, I'm not a fan of seafood. I remember having crab cakes in Maryland, but and I remember them being good. I was a kid, I was like 14 or something. Oh, you're roughly around Sacramento, huh? Well, you know, maybe we could meet up for a meal or something next time we go to Sacramento. It may be a while till we go to Sacramento because I believe you do have the best crab meat. I'm just not actually much of a fan of crab or really any kind of seafood. I like to eat cows, pigs, and chickens. See, no, with a 10-point lead. Oh, call it a 13-point lead. Things are not looking good for USC. We're going to have to mount quite the comeback here. But I appreciate your generous offer, Judy. Turkey? Yeah, we eat turkey. We're going to get one for thing. And we're going to cook it up. A kava bar, huh? I don't know what kava does to you. Similar to alcohol, huh? You always felt effects on it that you didn't feel on alcohol. Big Dog's never had crab. It's pretty rich. Like,
Yeah, I learned that.
yeah, you kind of, it doesn't take a lot of it to be like, okay, that's enough of that. Kava kava is an herbal remedy that's made from the roots of the Piper methystium, a plant found in the islands of the Pacific. Salmon patties are all right with you? That's good to know. Kava supplements may be helpful for anxiety, but they may need to be taken for several weeks to produce an effect. A weird, energetic, dry feeling on the skin, the appearance that everything is falling into place, mild euphoria, background noises get louder. What are the oysters like in California? I mean, I don't know. We never get oysters. We're not a fan of oysters.
No. They're expensive too, If you don't like oysters and like you feel like having them, it's kind of an investment. They're not cheap. I don't mean to like feel like, oh, we're money, but if you really don't like them and you feel like maybe I'll try them, it's kind of risky because they're not. They're kind of gross. They're slimy and mushy.
So the Hudson River and the Potomac River are different rivers, right?
Potomac, yeah. Potomac and the what?
Hudson?
Yeah.
Also New York?
Mhm.
But so they both, like, do they come on either side of Manhattan or
Okay,
something?
so that's so here's the island of Manhattan,
Mm-hmm.
and to the west is the Hudson River.
Okay.
But I don't know what's on the right.
Must be the Potomac, I guess. But which river was it that they were putting the oysters in?
I think the Hudson.
Hudson Bay?
Or maybe it was no, because it was by Long Island. So it must have been east.
Hmm. Well, anyway, Rachel and I watched a video about how they replanted colonies in New York, like somewhere where you can like see the city from where they're putting them,
Mm-hmm.
And you think like, oh, that wouldn't be good to eat those, but I guess you can eat them, Like I like using oyster sauce, but not eating oysters themselves. Hi, what does this all mean? What does this all mean? Sometimes it all doesn't mean something. It's parts of it mean things. Nice 3-pointer. All right, well, it's a 10-point game again. We need to get this down to single digits before the end of the first half, maybe even better than that. Seton Hall it is so far looking like the better team. Missed that 3. Who's the foul on? Oh God. Well, like the last 3 USC games, if you include this one, have not gone well. The last game the USC women played against Notre Dame, we lost. Then the football team lost. And now, here's the men's basketball team in the semifinal of the Maui Invitational, down by 10. But we got the rebound, have a chance to cut it down to single digits on this possession. Oh. It's like drinking tuna juice and not eating the tuna.
Ew.
That would be doing it backwards. The cats like the tuna juice.
Mm-hmm.
I do not. That's a clean block, all right. Probably tastes like dirt water, huh? Well, that's my favorite kind of water. No, I'm not fixed, nor have ever been fixed. What does that mean? I don't understand that. Does my beard get itchy? No. I find that, well, I mean, it does, like, sometimes it'll bother me up here or down here, but I'll trim that part when it does. Tommy Bahama. Look at this. Doesn't he seem a lot older than her in this picture?
What about what? Sorry, I'm talking to Kay.
Doesn't he seem a lot older than her?
Yes. Like, yes. Why are they doing that? Why are like age gaps like trendy now?
I don't know, but I mean, we are age gap
I know,
ourselves.
but I just want people to know it's not because we're doing it because it's a trend. We met each other 6 years ago.
When we do it, it's okay.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right?
I'm
When
trying
we
to say.
do it, it's fine.
That's what I'm trying to say.
What am I watching? We're watching the USC Seton Hall basketball game. You'd be able to tell that if you looked at the title. Shrimps taste terrible. What are you talking about? Oh. But, I mean, I agree that there once was a time when they didn't taste so terrible to me. All right, let's get a little bit of coffee.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. Like, there's nothing. It's just like, I don't know. I think. I get. From what I've learned about current pop culture, sociology sort of things, is that, like, many younger women than me, maybe my age and younger, are frustrated with younger men, so they've kind of been burned. So, and not a lot of, like, people who are in your generation use social media.
I do.
Well, yeah, you do.
And that's how we met.
Yeah, it is how we met. I guess they mean like Instagram or like, yeah, Instagram or TikTok, I guess, because it's like it causes problems in that, like, do you like this bikini woman's picture? You know, I don't know. Apparently that's the thing. Like,
Well, in general, most people are not like constant YouTubers like me.
that's true.
It's a bit of it makes me a bit of an outlier in the general dating population, right?
I like that though.
Well, it allowed you to know me in full before you started going out with me. Oh, I forgot my coffee. Why am I so bad at going outside? Does it have to be such a challenge
For what?
for me to go outside?
It is though a challenge because you have things.
I have things I gotta take. What time is it here? It's 3 in the afternoon.
You know what's such a challenge? I have to mop.
I need to mop.
I'll wash the fridge then. If you wash that, I wash it. I mean, if you not, because I spilled cranberry juice all over the floor last night.
Okay, I get it. Did she like and subscribe before she? Yeah, we knew each other from the channel
Yeah.
for a while before I became single and then said I'm looking for a girlfriend. But yeah, she was a fan and a participant of in the channel before I ever saw her in person. She was just a name in the chat like this. Anyway, things turned out wonderfully. And it just goes to show you that maybe it's a good idea to go out with somebody who already likes you. You know, when I think back on our relationship, I always wish I could have done a better job right from the outset with everything with Rachel, but I didn't do a bad job in general. You know, now I cherish her preciousness. I understand more in full the importance of being careful and and of loving and appreciating her as much as I can. Because, you know, deciding to do things is hard. Make it nice. All right. 6 point game. 40 to 34. We're coming back. Good job, Rice. Rodney Rice buries a 3-pointer. 6 point game. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Let's go. Let's make a game out of this. Well, the next commercial, we'll go up to the street and we'll get a trash can, okay? We'll get a few things done here, a little bit at a time. No, good block. Good block. All right, come on, guys. 6 point game. SC has the ball. We could close it to under 6. What happened? Turn the ball over. 8 point game. God damn it, just when we were making progress. I can't handle all the emotions that come with a relationship. It would have to be a very understanding person and have a lot in common, obviously. Yeah, well, that's what it is. When you find the right person, it's easy, it's effortless. You don't fight. Your values align well, etc. But you know, every relationship prior to this one has been the wrong relationship. So, all good. Okay, he made the first free throw. Could make it a 6 point game again. Rachel and I are teams, just the two of us here in this house, and kind of isolated out in the woods. We very much need to be there for each other, and I'd like to think we are. All right, good defense. We got the ball. We're trailing by 6. This will be the last possession of the first half. We can cut it to a 4-point game. We can score here. Yeah, good shot. All right, so it's 42-38 at halftime. Good job, guys. Let me go get the last trash can from the street. And we'll get some chores done. I took the last Adderall I had this afternoon in order to give myself a little energy to get a few things done. So I better get a few things done. It's not enough to make me feel sprung or anything. It's just I don't feel quite so tired. Oh, is A Witness telling us how to live again? You know what, we could just go ahead and ban it. Like, if you're so insistent on telling others how to live, go tell somebody else how to live. We're not really that down. There's a scorpion, dead scorpion on the ground. Okay. That's some progress. A little bit of progress. It's cold out here. I feel kind of like goosebumpy. Show you Scorpion? Okay, I'll go and show you Scorpion a little bit. It's a little teeny Scorpion. It's not that impressive. But I will show you nevertheless. Let me mute this. So who's playing is a USC and Seton Hall. Jeremiah Haas says, I think I need to start a channel. Well, it is potentially a good way to meet people who might actually like you. I have never gotten stung by one, no. I found them in the house sometimes. I mean, they're always about the same size, which is like they're not very big. I'll show it to you. You'll see. Buck-toothed. So, what else do I have to do? I need to.
Here we go. Here we go with a witness. Like just so you know, a witness, since you're here, like we're gonna be watching you like a hawk.
Should I hide him now?
Oh, go ahead.
There we go. They don't have scorpions in Ireland. Well, we've never lived in any place with scorpions before either. It does tend to make me not want to walk around in my socks or bare feet.
Yeah.
The cats will alert you to them as well. Like one time there was one in the garage and it was alive, and Capillo like walked up to it, not too close to it, and meowed at me about it until I walked over to see what she was trying to get my attention about, and it was a scorpion. So the cats are aware that they're bad bugs, not to, they shouldn't. They shouldn't mess with it, I guess. That one's squished, obviously, but they're not that big. So let me get this empty trash can. We fortunately do have one empty trash can, which I can use to put the kitchen trash in right now. And then maybe I'll sweep a bit in the kitchen. That's conceivable. All right. So we'll put this trash in the trash compactor. I'll compact it. Get a new bag. Because luck is always better than skill at things. Cry, 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 cry.
I'm telling you, this is best news getting all week.
My eyesight has gotten worse. Is there anything I can do to fix it? Open your eyes, says Jeremiah Haas. I'm assuming that it has gotten worse with them open. All right, let's take the compacted trash, put it in the trash can. I think sighing is a good reality to have happen. Like I need a light bulb for this lamp right here. Let's see if I can get one. If I can get that done. It'll be helpful. Well, you try this one. I don't think it's a very good light bulb, but probably better than that. What about up here? No. Light bulbs, schmite bulbs, you know? That's what I have to say about that. Light bulbs, schmite bulbs. And are we spring clean in autumn? Well, I'm trying to, I guess, get some low energy cleaning done. Because, you know, having a clean space is kind of good for my mental health, I think.
I'm sorry I'm so messy.
You're not so messy. That's ridiculous. Why is it not going in? What is going on here? Tonight, 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 tonight. There we go. I did it.
You did it!
I did.
Good job.
I am winning in the ways of success.
You totally are. I'm gonna take a Prozac. You want a Prozac?
No thanks. You want a Wellbutrin?
I hadn't thought about it. If you don't have that many, I definitely don't need
I mean, I can get more anytime. I'm thinking about taking one. Maybe I should. Let me see what links Acacia has put up there.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
The Out Here Brothers Boom Boom Boom.
Girl, your booty is so fine, let me around.
You know this song?
Yeah.
I don't know that
It
song.
was like big in the early 90s.
What about this one? Where's another version of it?
I think it's like boom, 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 boom. I want you to know. Yeah.
Mm.
2 boom, boom, booms, huh? I
what?
didn't realize that.
6 total booms. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna take one of these. Do you want to take one?
Well, I mean, it can't hurt, right? Can it?
Just one Wellbutrin's not gonna do much of anything, you know. I just figure it'll make me a little bit more productive, maybe, as far as cleaning goes and stuff. One Wellbutrin doesn't do a whole lot. What would we do without music? It helps me so much. Well, I don't know what we'd do without music either. Music's pretty key.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be spotless, but when I let things get cluttered around here, like around my area here, where it just gets covered in all this ash and stuff, and I just think, ugh.
See, like, I feel so bad because I don't notice it. Like, I maybe because I'm not conscientious, like, so, like, I don't know. I just.
Well, that's just an SI thing, probably.
Mm-hmm. But it is good. You're right. It is good, like, to have, like, a tidy. It doesn't have to be like spick and span. In fact, like my mom, I love my mom, and she's a very hard worker. But there were times when I was living at home where the house looked so clean that I was like, oh my god, it looks like we live in a museum. Like, it didn't look like people lived there.
I'll just hit 3. Yeah, well, nobody's gonna accuse us of that.
No.
So, Seton Hall opens up second half by burying a 3-pointer, stretching the lead to 7. No, wait, I guess it was a 2. No, it's an 8-point lead.
Damn.
Sometimes it can feel uncomfortable if it's too clean. Well, yeah, but it doesn't stay too clean for long.
Somehow it did. Like, my mom, I don't know. She just was constantly cleaning. But that's the thing. She was constantly cleaning. It made her feel better too.
Right. What was important to her that her
Mhm.
environment be a certain way?
Yeah. And
Oh, nice job.
in my undeveloped mind, um, I feel like, well, we don't do anything that much in this area of the house. It doesn't need to be cleaned. But, like, yes, it does. Like, you can't just, like, things just don't, like, stay the way they are when you first bought the house, when it was first cleaned, because, like, you're living in it and dust accumulates. Like, it still gets dirty. But in my undeveloped mind, I'm like, oh, the bathroom upstairs never needs to get, well, it doesn't need to get cleaned as much, but, like, I feel like it never needs to get cleaned because we never use it. But
to a certain extent, that's correct for the bathroom. But you know, the problem with cleaning in general is I don't like maintenance tasks. I like things that you complete them and then they're done forever.
That's kind of what I feel like.
Yep, Summer Ball.
Why are you using my full name?
It's Rachel.
Yeah, and it is Strauss. I like that line, Winston Baum. That's the way I always heard it should be.
The living room is still walk by, no remark. Tiptoe past the master bedroom where mother reads her magazine. I hear her call sweet dreams, but I forget how to dream. Sometimes I think I'm too polite and it seems to be a magnet for nut bags. That might be the case. Uh, you know,
Have you checked Hunter personality database? Yeah, it is. It is Lapos on there. Please vote for INFJ, not question mark.
it is the case that if you're nice and responsive to people's overtures, that sometimes that will invite more contact than you want with people who are a little bit nutty.
Well, that's me, and that's me.
Oh, it seems like every time I turn the sound on, it goes poorly for us. Oh, oh, nice. Nematode scrotums.
You too, Acacia. I mean, Acacia. You too. What does this all mean? I'm like pretty gullible. So like, and I'm also a 9. So like, I'm not pushing back a lot. I might have like an instinct where it's like, wait, this doesn't seem right. Something's not adding up. And now I'm like, I think twice about it. But in the beginning, but like, when I was young, I didn't know. When I was younger, I didn't know what happened.
He hurt his his armpit or something. The shakings of the bag, if you will.
I don't know, maybe, but maybe they're nutbags for not liking your politeness. I like to be polite. I like to be nice, and I can't help it. But like, it does lend me to getting taken advantage of. Like, I can't lie. I felt like with the dentist, I was too nice. I didn't stick up for myself enough. And therefore, I got like kind of steamrolled.
Well, that's fine. It, you know, it went through me anyway.
Yeah, so thank goodness for you.
Like the sawdust at the bottom of dry roasted peanuts. Yeah, nobody wants to eat that.
No.
It's a 2 point game.
But do you value like FE? Because like I honestly care what people think.
Is the self an illusion? No. You think there would be physical sexual dimorphism in male and female football balls? I don't know what to say about that. Where I'm from, there's a lot of swearing ingrained in the language. I'm not sure why, it just is. I swear less than I used to.
Keisha. So you feel me. I kind of like, it's important for me to have Eric around because I do need an advocate. And literally, like, I don't you might have even been in the stream, but literally the night before I was like, no, like, I'm just going for a cleaning. If I need to get cavities done, that's fine. But like, there was such a switch up on the information that like I was like, I was just like, yes, doctor. Like, I yeah, I need an advocate. That's
Yeah.
good that your mom advocates for you.
Well, we are going to go to this other dentist and see what they say and emphasize we're looking for an affordable solution. And I think it'll be a substantially different ball of wax, you know.
I would also like to like let them know that I'd like to keep as many of my natural teeth as I can.
As much of your natural
Yeah.
tooth as you can, because crowns let you keep your natural tooth, but they shave a lot of it away.
All right. I have one, and I don't like it, so I would like to keep my natural teeth.
Yeah. Guess your age. I don't know, Samba Ball. 30?
I'm
That's my
saying
guess.
27. Right, Acacia, that is the aim to keep it. All the dentists that I've ever been to in the past have always been like, we like to keep the integrity of the natural teeth. So if we don't have to, we won't. Um, so I'd like something like that. You know, like I do expect to have cavities because it has been 6 years since I've been to the dentist, like before this last time. Um, and I have like big fillings from when I was a kid, and they don't bother me. So it's like I don't understand. Like I don't want to. Why change that if they're not giving me issues?
Yeah. So hopefully 25. Very well. Rachel was closer.
Yeah, TJ, I think you're right. No need to change it.
You know, one thing I'd say I feel more like my dad sometimes these days, where like I understand him the way he would sit around and just kind of scowl about the state of reality or something. Because, there's a lot of stuff to scowl about, like that dentist stuff.
Yeah. Like, I, I'm sorry to talk about it.
Talk about what?
The dentist again.
Oh, that's fine. Talk away.
I do feel like a bit like scams, like it was like kind of like a money grab. I don't think it was meant to be. I just feel like that. I didn't see my X-rays, and there was no explanation as to why I needed these crowns.
Hmm. Yeah, we've seen plenty of people who are on the channel in person, like Acacia,
Mm-hmm.
Ruben,
Cation,
and
Ruben,
we have one time been recognized in public, just one time.
Sandy. Yes, and we have been. We have been recognized in. You know, okay, and I'm gonna go into typology with this. If the dentist is an ENTJ, as we suspect,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he is, um, that would make him my supervisor type. So
It's
even
understandable that you would feel like bulldozed by him a bit.
yeah, and I feel like I whatever I would say wouldn't really be taken seriously. So that imbalance of inter type would be difficult.
If the mind people call themselves mentalists, why don't the dental people call themselves dentalists? Good question.
He currently has, but this guy is super in ENTJ. ENTP is totally different from ENTJ, INFJ, and he's very enthusiastic about the work that he's going to be doing for Eric, and he seems to have a really good plan for it. So I trust him with Eric.
And also, we're getting a good price on that.
Yeah. Um,
Because I actually need that much work
right.
done. And the way he does it allows him to do it somewhat cheaper because he does it all in one day.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think he just sort of thought, well, Eric's getting this Cadillac treatment. Well, what's the Cadillac treatment we can sell his wife? And just not really respecting our financial limits very much, you know. Right. I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Is he was like, well, let's get both these people fully fixed up in full, and you know. But regardless, we will not be doing that. Yeah, the dentists make a big deal about smoking. It's annoying. It's like, can you just you just do your job, please?
Well, okay, but how about if they said to you, watch out for, if they explained, because every time I had a tooth pulled, they always explained to me, be careful keeping your mouth like moisturized, like not moisturized, like wet, because of dry socket or whatever.
Right.
If they told you that, would you be okay with that information?
Well, I mean, they do tell me that, but I've never experienced any dry socket before. And more importantly, what I think is a more significant matter is it's bad to have suction. You know,
Oh.
it's bad to have suction. So I'm going to try to be as self-disciplined as I can in the aftermath of this, and I think it should be fine. We'll see how it goes. It's obviously somewhat stressful to me. I get annoyed with people who work the counter in pharmacies who think they're medical professionals and start consulting you. I haven't encountered that much.
Yeah, luckily.
No, I'm not going to risk it. You know, I'm going to be as self-disciplined as possible and not smoke and not, and also not pull bong rips until I've given it 3 to 5 days to heal, you know.
It'll be worth it.
No, I agree with you, Keisha. I've learned my lesson about not letting things heal properly before resuming life. The reason I hadn't learned it before is because I never had any such problem before.
Right.
And I'm an SI type, so I've never had any such problem before, despite having many trips to the dentist, you know. We're still down by 4 points, but at least it's a close game. I mean, I really need this to work. And I also want to make sure I take away any excuses the dentist might have if it doesn't work, you know?
Yeah, you don't want that again.
I've had about I've had a lot of teeth taken out and never had dry socket. As long as you keep the site wet and moist and was still smoking, never got dry socket. Yeah, well, I'm not so much worried about dry socket as I am worried about the implant getting infected, like happened with this one down here. I really feel like that one got infected so that I could learn this valuable
Mm,
lesson, you
yeah,
know.
I do too.
But you know, I really think that it getting infected had something to do with how close he put it next to an existing tooth. Because the other one, which was not next to an existing tooth, did fine. So that's not going to be an issue up top because they're going to pull out all my teeth. Hopefully, I'm right about that. Nice job. Nice job. Tie game. Well, we tied it up. 57-57. 13 minutes left in the second half. Three. Bang. We're up by three. Wow. Nice job, guys. We were down by, at some point, one point, I think like 13 points.
Oh no, they really.
And now we're up by three.
Yeah.
We're on a 7-0 run. We got a 3-point lead and the ball. Things are doing great. Do I bet on games? No. There's sports betting in California is illegal. But even if it wasn't, I don't think I'd bet on sports.
It's so. I know they fix it sometimes, but like it's so unpredictable.
Oh,
Like you
right. Like
really.
every once in a while, I'll see a game where say Mian is favored, and I'll be like, no way that team's gonna win. And like in theory, if I like already had a sports betting account or something, then maybe I would consider betting on those rare instances where I feel like they've got this
They got
totally
it wrong.
wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But by and large, I think they do a great job of setting the spread and stuff. A lot of times, games end up right at where the spread was. I basically don't gamble at all. I did go gambling 2 times recently. One time I won $10. One time I lost $5. So,
That's really nothing.
right.
It's not nothing. I know, understand that $5 is a lot to some people, but for gambling,
Yeah, for gambling, it's nothing. Because in both those instances, I took advantage of the fact that I was down there already to go implement a simple, quick plan, which was like, I'm going to play 8 hands of blackjack and then leave. Well, basically broke even in both instances. And blackjack played normally is uh, is pretty is pretty close to a 50-50 chance, you know. The New York Mafia has been caught for fixing sports there. Yeah, there are still fixed games, that's true. But the thing I'm most not looking forward to about this whole dental surgery is the being sedated and recovering from being sedated part.
that stinks.
So, I mean, I get that I'm not going to be all the way under, right? But it's still not a comfortable thing for me to deal with conceptually.
I'm gonna have to be your leader.
Right. Well, you won't go with me there in the morning. You just come around the time when it's time to get me, and I'll show you how to take the bus over there.
I don't mind waiting.
No, you're not gonna want to wait 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, you're right. Where am I gonna go?
You're gonna stay at the hotel.
Oh, right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I just need to learn how to use the bus.
Yeah, there's a little shuttle. It's easy. I'll show you where you pick it up, and you just get off at the dentist's office spot.
Okay.
And then you'll have to somehow like walk me over to the shuttle thing.
That's the thing.
We could. I don't know if they have Uber down there. We could try to get an Uber.
I don't think they do.
We just go on the shuttle and.
I just have to be slow with you and treat you like you were my grandma. You'll probably be loopy.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully they like give me some time to wake up before they send me out of there.
You can try to do that. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, it'll be fine.
Anyway, I've got some time to think about it before it happens, you know.
Oh my god. Yo, like, and that woman was so not sympathetic when we were like, well, like, I was like, I don't drive, and you're like, she doesn't drive, and she was like, well, you're gonna have to find a way, and then she found out it was like, yeah, so you know, if she's gonna be with you, you can take the shuttle. Like, how, like, what, like, not everyone, like.
I mean, I don't currently have any infection, but hopefully I won't have one after the.
They all have some pizza. Thank you.
I have not seen that video. I did watch a video earlier today, which is one of the stranger videos I've seen in quite a long time. It's an old BBC video. Let me see if I can find it. It's a really, really unusual thing to have watched. This one. Okay, so I strongly recommend this. Definitely Weird and Wonderful 1976 BBC
I'm gonna link it in my Discord.
video. I watched the whole thing, all 7 minutes of it. It's one of the stranger things. Like, it's not a joke, right? Like, they made a a show about this, or like a 7 minute long segment about this on the BBC, and it's just about this Scottish guy who goes to visit his friend in a town that's some distance away.
That's it.
I mean, I'm not doing it justice at all because basically, well, he he rides across the wilderness, and throughout the trip, he has stashed bottles of whiskey, and he'll stop and have some whiskey. It's just basically uh, an a documentation of him riding his bicycle across the woods and drinking alcohol.
I swear we can make a movie and it'll do well.
Like,
Big Jim Colley says he doesn't like to eat on an empty stomach, so you'll find no cornflakes on his table. He starts the day as he means to continue, with a wee dram. It's what a Scotsman might call the moonshine breakfast. But to Big Jim, it's an important curtain raiser to a rather special day. Jim's a Scottish crofter. He lives alone in a tin-roofed bothy in the foothills of the Cairngorms. Normally, he'd be looking after his sheep and cows. This morning, though, it's a question of getting himself into the right frame of mind for a most unusual journey.
so basically, he gets on his bicycle and he goes up into the hills riding his bicycle, and he's got like a long distance to go to get to this other town. And he stops every periodically to drink whiskey, and at some point he has some lunch. And when he gets there, okay, he's traveled all this distance to visit this friend of his who's the widow of one of his friends. He knocks on the door, and she's not home. And he turns around and goes back.
Oh my gosh! Wow. That's like patient.
Yeah, she's not home.
And he travels all the way back.
Yeah. It's a pretty crazy,
Oh my
pretty
gosh.
crazy video.
That is so interesting. I'm sharing it. Copy link.
And you know, over the course of the journey there, anyway, he has 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey and 3 pints of beer when he gets there. He says once he gets there, he needs to have 3 pints of beer because the first and second one, you don't really taste them properly. Yeah, that guy's old school, all right. At no point did he seem intoxicated either.
I love that. I would love to, if I had, the stamina to like travel with someone once a year, right? He does it once a year.
He just does it periodically.
Oh, periodically. That's even better. Okay, so yeah, like, and the motivation, I don't know. I guess it could be something to look forward to. I'm not sure.
But I mean, it's like I could not conceive of doing that big trip while drinking.
No.
It's, I mean, you're just gonna feel hungover most of the time. Seems like, but he probably drinks like that every day. Who knows?
Yeah, probably. He's Scottish, so that whiskey,
Yeah,
it's kind of in their blood.
they like that whiskey in Scotland.
Even smoking weed, right? If I were to stop to smoke weed like every, whatever, like my lungs, I feel like I would catch them.
I mean, I feel like if I were going on a long journey and smoked weed every periodically, that wouldn't be a big deal.
You keep me going.
But it's also the case that I'd be more likely to want an afternoon nap at some point. Yeah, I kind of want to see what else this channel has to offer, BBC Archive. Steeplejack Fred? What is this one? Steeplejack Fred did not take down a massive chimney brick by brick.
It's not so pleasant on a Monday morning, and it's cold, the wind's blowing, and you look up on it, and you think, oh, so this year it's been windy nearly every day. I don't think we've had another month when the weather's been really decent, even and blowing.
So he dismantles chimneys the old-fashioned way, brick by brick, starting at the top. His scant regard for health and safety made him something of an anachronism even in the 1970s, while his infectious personality turned him into a beloved television institution. This is his first ever TV appearance. Wow. Find DBNA. Oh yeah, that's who I'm looking at right there. That's crazy. He's climbing up this massive chimney and he's trying to dismantle it from the top, brick by brick. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's a very inefficient way to dismantle a chimney. Maybe if you want to keep all the bricks and reuse them, I guess it makes sense. He lights a fire at the bottom and honks a horn to bring it down. He lights a tire fire at the bottom and honks a horn to bring it down. How does that work? Alright, well, we got 9.5 minutes left. We're up by 4 points. That's pretty good. If I really wanted to be ultra productive right now, what I would do is I would pull down these It was because he couldn't fell the chimney because of all the buildings around. I see. Okay, that makes sense. You can't knock it over because it'll fall into something else. I will keep watching it at some point, but I want to watch the end of this basketball game first. We're up by 6 points. We've taken a nice lead here in the second half. The game seems to have turned in our favor after rather a rough first half. But apparently we are favored in this game. The Seton Hall what's? What's the Seton Hall's mascot? Is it the Demon Deacons?
It might be.
Oh, boo. Let's look it up. What is Seton Hall's
Where did I
mascot?
put my pipe? And luck is always better.
They're the Pirates. Good night, Jeremiah.
Oh, good gracious. I sound like my mom. out of the living rooms and onto the streets. You've got your internet and we've lost our memories. We had a paper trail that led to our secrets, but embarrassing pictures
Have now all been deleted.
by versions of cells that we thought were the best ones. The versions of
LCD Sound System has the best lyrics possibly of any band of all time. They have the best lyrics. Everybody's saying the same thing. It's all tonight, 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 tonight. His passion for old steam engines, taking it out for a run built from scratch, he was so talented with his hands. Oh, that guy? LCD Sound System. They have the best lyrics.
Thanks, I'm glad you think so. They do.
Yeah, they do.
That means a lot, because, like, I really like them. They're one of my top 5 bands.
Yeah.
So for, like, you to like them, too, means a lot. Like,
I mean, they have the smartest lyrics. It's just, everything they say is just an NI bomb.
I like that they're not afraid to say it, too. Like, a lot of, like a lot of artists, in order to be risque, they are risque by being, like entering sex into the song somehow. But, like, you could be, like, you can take risks by just, like, talking about, like, how society is, or,
Well, you don't even need to take risks to be great, just saying something simple and true like, New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down.
yeah.
Or something as straightforward as, sometimes friends are mean.
Yep.
Those little NI bombs are fantastic.
You don't really know who you are. What type would you be?
I mean, I don't know. That's a tough question to answer.
Yeah, that really is.
So, SC up by 6 points. 7 minutes left here in the second half. Three-pointer, no good. Gets bailed out with a foul call. Well, that's good. We'll get 3 free throws from that. If you don't really know who you are, well, put it this way. If you were really being driven by your subjectivities, you'd probably identify with some type and not want that challenged. But one never knows. That's not determined or anything. I have a feeling I'm gonna get into watching that BBC archive channel.
That's cool.
what other strange old BBC stuff there is.
I can respect that. That's something I could get into too. I just like people's stories. I can't. It's hard for me to watch like missing persons because I get scared.
Mm.
Why did your psychiatrist say that you're a chameleon?
Does your psychiatrist mean that you mirror the ways of the people around you?
That would make sense.
We've got an 8-point lead now. Foul. Foul, 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 foul.
I made the mistake of I've been making the mistake of like going on a website and being like 15% off if you sign up for our Mia. So I'll be like, okay, I don't mind putting in my email. But now it's got to the point where like it's not just email, you have to give them your phone number too. So like most texts that I get are like just from like these companies, so I have to like unsubscribe.
Yeah. Your BPD and mixed personality disorders are quite complicated. That would make it complicated.
So your psychiatrist meant that as a compliment then?
I mean, you could have just meant it as an explanation.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's what came into my mind too, or just like as a metaphor. Or, yeah, an explanation. You know, there's no set Thanksgiving songs. Does every other holiday have a song?
Probably. I'm sure there are some songs that have attempted to be Thanksgiving songs.
You can't just attempt it, you gotta do it. Like, yes, like attempt, but like, why isn't there a Thanksgiving song? Is it too controversial to have a song?
It's not controversial. You say, with turkey and stuffing and ill will rebuffing.
That's good.
Today is now Thanksgiving Day.
That's a good one! They should hire you!
Thanks. Oh! Foul. Good. Okay. So we got a 5-point lead, 5 minutes left. Got a couple free throws here, looks like. That was after 10 years of 1-to-1 hour-long sessions, but I'll take chameleon. Could be worse. Could have said rat. Rachel actually identifies as rat because of Chinese astrology.
Yeah.
But here in the West, obviously, we don't typically think of rats as being indicative of an astrological sign. There's no rat in the regular astrology.
No. Western, no. Hey, Fly Guy. Do your eyes move independently from each other, and are you able to
Launch your
tongue? That's what the psychiatrist really meant.
I can't help but notice you keep catching flies during your therapy session.
Are you
6-point game.
arboreal? Do you
Arboreal.
Arboreal.
Meaning living in the trees.
Do you have a
prehensile tail?
Does that mean it goes back?
It can grab onto things.
Oh. All of the above. You literally are a chameleon.
You are complicated.
Did Carrot talk about our Enneagram chat that we had last night with Kimi? It was fun. I found it fun. I hope that Kimi and Carrot thought it was fun too.
Well, I can tell you the live stream enjoyed hearing you laughing in the background.
Oh, that's nice.
Carrot had an Enneagram chat? She sure did. She talked about all the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright, well, SC's doing a good job of attacking the basket, drawing the fouls here. It makes for a bit of a plodding last 4 minutes of the basketball game, but okay, so if I was going to try to clean up all the weed stuff right there without having to do a lot of work, then I could just put it in a big bag of some kind.
If we have enough of the black bags, like that kind of bag.
I was thinking maybe a kitchen trash bag would be enough.
A kitchen trash bag? Okay, yeah. It really does look ethereal.
The weed hanging down.
Mm-hmm.
It's got kind of an old world farmer feel to it.
Yeah.
You know? 6-point game again. After Seton Hall makes that basket. 3:45 left. USC 74, Seton Hall 68. Both teams come into this game undefeated. This is the semifinal of the Maui Invitational. If USC wins today, then we'll get to see them play again tomorrow in the final. I think it's tomorrow. Yesterday was the quarterfinal. There wouldn't be any real reason to have a day off in between if they all want to get back home for Thanksgiving, probably. Now it's a 4-point game. You had agreed you wouldn't talk to each other people about Enneagram. Fair enough, Fly Guy. Fair enough.
But it already happened.
Now all that's left is for you to punish her.
No.
I'm just joking.
I know. I'm responsible for that. I just thought I wanted to get your opinion, but now I don't know what's true.
Well, this is very much still in doubt. We'll have to see what happens. SC's getting 2 free throws here. I wasn't sure if that was against us or them. It's against them, so chance to extend the lead back to 6. There's 1 free throw. I'm not taking shrooms today. What does this all mean? Because I just took them on Saturday. I need to wait a week in between, or else they won't work properly. Six-point game.
Do you think my mom is a 2 or a 3 in her tri-site?
Probably a 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2 too. She really is like
She's very helpful.
facilitating Christmas.
Yeah. 4-point game again. Seton Hall slams one home. USC with the ball. 4-point lead, 76-72. Jump ball. Possession error with SC. That's a big possession error right there. All right, 2 minutes left. We get the ball back. I think it resets the 24-second clock. I'm not sure. It does not reset the shot clock. So SC only has 5 seconds on the shot clock. 3-pointer. Oh, he missed it. Oh, foul on USC. It's going to send Seton Hall to the line. That's not good. All right, well, let's go outside and smoke a cigarette while we watch the end of this basketball game.
Would you be okay, like, to hang for a little bit, like, on a Zoom call for Christmas, like, with my sister, her boyfriend, and my dad?
Of course, I would like that. That would be a nice chance for me to have some family stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Extended family stuff.
I haven't talked to my sister in a really long time, so... I mean, I talk to her every day, but, I haven't seen her.
Talk to her on Instagram or something?
Uh-huh.
Okay, 3-point game. Seton Hall misses the second of those 2 free throws. SC has the ball. It's a minute 45 seconds left, which is an eternity in a 3-point game. Baker Mazzara, is that his name? Has the ball. Nice! I'm surprised the guy, you know, the alley-oop pass took him kind of far away from the basket, but he still made the shot. Now a 5-point game with a minute 16 seconds left. Oh, that's a foul. So Seton Hall will go to the line. Shoot 2.
Did it rain?
Not for a few days, but it's dried out slowly because it's been cold, I guess.
I really hope, like, I was joking. Because I don't want to get...
I think, no, he was joking.
Okay.
Obviously. Why would you have such a strange rule?
I don't know. Like, alright, like, KE, like, in her Discord, they don't like to talk about MBTI, so... I don't talk about MBTI.
Hi, Kitty. Kitty's been meowing at me a lot.
Where?
I don't know where she is right now, but... Meow!
Oh, meow!
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 She wants to go in the kitchen door, it seems like.
She'll just come around this way.
We could let her in, maybe. I don't know how that's going to play out, but...
That's her? Oh my gosh, she's never been so talkative in her life.
I mean, she has been the last few days. I hadn't heard her be so talkative to me before that.
Oh, that's
Meow.
why. This kitty.
Yeah, this kitty.
I didn't know that. Meow, you talk a lot.
Yes, you're a good kitty.
Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow, you do talk a lot.
Are you
Meow.
are you hungry or what?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Meow. Oh, thank you. I love you too.
Oh, tie game. Big 3-pointer by the Seton Hall player. Come on, SC. Let's win this game.
Yeah, come on, Essie.
Tightly fought match, that's for sure.
Seton Hall, Schmeaton Hall.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I want to pet you. You're cute.
That's air ball, but he was fouled. Looks like he was fouled, yeah. Seton Hall coach is like laughing.
Oh, you are a cutie.
He's so incensed by that foul
yes.
call.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I did not like that foul call, but we'll take it. Should be 2 free throws.
Thank you. I love you too. Oh, I love you too.
Hello, kitty. Yes, what a sweetie you are. What a sweetie babidi.
Hi. Hello. Oh, you're jumpy one like trouble, huh? Meow. I love you too. Oh, yes. Thank you for the pets. Oh, thank you. I love you too. What's your name?
Kitty.
Kitty. Hello. Meow, I love you too.
Yes, you're a good kitty.
Yes, you are a good kitty.
Never an official review on that. They may call it not a foul, I guess. Got a leaf on you.
Thank you, I love you too.
What if that cat has toxoplasmosis?
Yeah.
I don't know what toxoplasmosis
What
is.
is that? I don't know. It's so hard.
This is
She's
just
so
the-
cute.
It's the neighbor's cat, you know?
I'm in love with her already.
Yeah, she's
Oh
a sweetie.
yes. Oh, look at you. Oh, so comfy.
She's getting her smell on
Oh.
the mat, you know? So the other cats know that she lives here too.
But you don't. Thank you, Kitty. I love you too. Oh, thank you.
Do you want to come inside, kitty?
Oh, yeah, she does.
Oh, here's trouble.
Oh.
Here comes trouble. Do you guys want to be friends or
I
what?
don't think so.
Trouble doesn't approve.
No. Such a big cat.
It's a parasite that makes animals go up to other animals and share the parasite. Huh. Well, then, in that case, presumably our cats already have it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they just hit a 3-pointer? What's going on here? What are they revealing? I do not understand. Cats get it from rodents and we get it from cats. Especially a lot of cats have it. Well, our cats get a lot of rodents, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do have it.
Oh my gosh, that kitty is such a cute kitty. Like,
Yeah,
he's so cute.
she's very friendly.
Yeah.
Friendly and talkative.
Mhm. I fall for cats that like rub up against my legs, like, and let me pet them. Like, oh,
Well,
my heart.
she's taken her time to get familiar with us too.
I
So
haven't noticed her.
I've noticed her before, but like the other night, I was trying to encourage her to come over and let me pet her because she was meowing at me, but she wouldn't come that close.
Mm.
So with 24.5 seconds left, the shot clock is basically off, and Seton Hall has the ball down by 2. What we don't want to do is give a 3-pointer here. I need to go to the bathroom. Alright. Ball in here. 25.5 left. They added a little bit more to the shot clock, I guess. I still don't see the shot clock on, though. Okay, alright, so we stopped them. Good job. Oh, it hit him, though. It hit him, though. But they're going to give it to Seton Hall. They should. Seton Hall should get this ball. Because he did throw it off of him, but then it hit his own leg before he landed. Oh, we get the ball. We get to take some shots here. Free throws. He makes both of these free throws. It's a 2-score game. With 13 seconds left. Oh, he missed the first one.
Tom Cruise go fuck himself.
Tom Cruise can go fuck himself.
He got some award and people were kissing his ass. I'm like, are you fucking serious? How are people not outraged at that?
Not everybody's aware of Scientology and how shitty it is, you know.
I guess.
Scientology is bad.
It is, and now I'm learning how bad.
Yeah.
Not just weird, but bad.
Yeah. Oh, they called the foul. He's gonna take 2 shots.
I'm sorry for my crass language sometimes.
You're fine. It is true that if you have a woman who's pregnant in the house, then they shouldn't change the cat box.
Are you saying the carrot's pregnant?
I mean, I'm not. Timeout.
Congratulations, it's a cat. It's expressive.
Whew. This is going to be a close finish here. We are up by 1 point with the ball. There's not many seconds left, but we're going to have to get it inbounded successfully. Well, if you have two cats, then there's twice as much reason not to have a pregnant woman change the litter box.
Can cats and dogs be twins?
No. I mean, they could be born at the same time, but they'd be born of different mothers. Or do you mean, like, can cats be twins with cats?
Yeah, like, you know.
Like, can you have two identical
not-
cat twins?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Are there ever identical twins with cats and dogs? I don't know.
I know they come out as a litter,
Right.
but like, are there two cats in that litter
That are identical twins.
Yeah.
Good question. Never thought about it. Do not know the answer. Alright, we got the ball inbounded. He's fouled immediately. 1.8 seconds left. So, after making these free throws, hopefully both of them,
Yeah. Make both of them. You got this.
then Seton Hall will have 1.8 seconds left to...
Capture my attention, USC. Capture my attention.
Yeah. Capture it with thrills and victory.
Yeah.
Bang.
Good.
82-80.
Nice job, number 7.
One more free throw.
Yes.
It's a 3-point game.
Good job. Good job.
This
How much
will
is
give
your
Seton-
second?
This will give Seton Hall a chance to inbound the ball. 1.8 seconds left. Alright, what does it all mean? USC called timeout?
What makes someone a fly guy? Like, do they work in airplanes?
No, it's fly in the 90s sense.
No, I
meaning-
know. I know.
Meaning super hip.
Yeah, so like I want to know what makes someone fly.
Well, one thing, you gotta wear your collars up.
Okay.
That's key. Ideally, you have some sunglasses with it as well.
Okay.
I can't believe, how did we get a dead
that's
ball
not good.
foul?
Why are there so many fouls?
Because it's basketball. That's basketball for you. You gotta have swag like ZZ Top to be a fly guy.
But like, what is swag? You know?
Swag's like a fancy watch.
It's okay. Swag's like a fancy watch. So to be fly, you have to have swag.
We won 83-81. That was a hard-fought victory.
That was a hard-fought victory. I'm glad they won. Good job, SC.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Superfly is a 1972 American.
blaxploitation crime drama film directed by Gordon Parks Jr., starring Ron O'Neal as young blood priest.
Huh.
Interesting. So we do have another basketball game come on at
Yeah,
7
let's do
p.m.
it. I'm in the mood to live stream.
Okay. I was gonna actually say I was thinking about ending the stream and starting it again at 7, but if you want to keep going, that's fine too. It's almost 5 now.
Okay, so I'm fine with either as long as we keep on streaming.
Sure. I mean, why don't you take over for a second while I go to the bathroom?
Okay.
And we might as well we could put on the next basketball game here. Arizona State versus whomever.
Superfly. I'm neither of those things. I'm a shy guy, a shy gal. What are you guys up to? What are you guys like up to? You know, like I'm streaming right now, but I'm also smoking weed. I'm glad I made friends with that kitty outside. She's so cute. She gave me so much love. I know she was marking her territory, but I take it as love. Yes. Are you playing with a fidget spinner? Are you looking up your Enneagram on Google or ChatGPT? Radiant. Well, thank you. Thank you. What does it all mean? I asked Gemini what seasonal color palette. I'm so predictable, yo. Like, seriously, I'm so predictable. So I asked not ChatGPT, but Google Gemini what seasonal color palette I am, and it said winter. I've gotten winter before from makeup artists. So I was like, ooh, winter. I could do rock a red lip. And I've been liking it lately, but I'm so predictable. I'm looking at the college football talking heads. I think naming your band Talking Heads is an interesting name. It's definitely political, right? Like it's like stating that you have political views. You should feed all of your AI seasonal analyses into one prompt. How do I do that? Good band, yeah. Letting the days go by. Winter's more like, Zooey Deschanel. Black hair, blue eyes. Ruby, can tell me? he does try to help me, honestly, when it comes to like feeding AI my interests. So like his help, yeah. I'll try. I'll see. I'll see. I don't use it for much else. I don't know why. I just have very limited interests, I guess. Ooh, look at that.
Well, that seems like kind of a pain in the butt.
Why?
Taking all these things down.
I can help you.
Stripping off all the buds, throwing out the stems.
Oh, well.
You know, it's.
What?
I can just get started on it a little bit.
What are the steps?
Well, first I have to select a bag to put them in. I'm thinking about currently a kitchen trash bag. And then I could SC still number 17 in the college football playoff rankings.
Wow.
Pretty good.
It is.
We're not gonna make it, but
At least you're realistic.
yeah. We'll be 9-3 after next week, and we're still not gonna make it. Michigan at 9-2 will make it, possibly. Oregon will make it. Ohio State and Indiana will make it. So there could be 4 Big Ten teams in the playoff now, but it won't be SC. Michigan at 8-2 has a good case. Oregon's in. Big 22 Eastern is 5-22. So the next game, Washington State versus Arizona State, the other semifinal in the now Invitational, starts in about 20 minutes. You should feed all of your AI seasonal color analyses into one prompt. I wonder what Gemini says the meaning of life is.
I'll ask Gemini. Let's do it.
There is no single answer to the meaning of life. It is a complex philosophical question with many perspectives. Many believe it's a personal and subjective journey. Some find meaning in relationships, work, spirituality, or contributing to others, while others believe the meaning is found in personal excellence, creativity, knowledge, or simply through living and experiencing life itself. Ultimately, individuals must define their own purpose through their choices and actions. Well, that's not very helpful.
No.
Well, there certainly are a lot of choices. The meaning of life is yes.
I feel like I'm in the category of like by living life. Just like
That we make the meaning that we live.
I guess, yeah.
That's good perspective.
But I've always said too the meaning of life is to be happy. Or what my life goal is to be happy.
Yeah, but of course, then you end up inevitably with questions about what counts as happy.
Yeah.
So one of the issues with just pursuing happiness is that, by and large, hedonism is gonna be
No,
A
I
very-
want to be happy.
a very good form of happiness, right? And it's something more than just pleasure. You know, people feel varying degrees of fulfilled or satisfied, comfortable or strong. Comfortable is important, and you know, there are varying degrees of different kinds of comfort. You can have kind of physical comfort, which to me is kind of a prerequisite to everything else, but there's also ontological comfort, how comfortable you feel in your own skin, just being you. And that varies from time to time for me. Pleasure or the ability to overcome resistance. Well, you know, willfulness is certainly can produce tangible results in a way that can be satisfying, but whether or not you're prioritizing those tangible results depends somewhat on your attentional matrix. Somewhat
Oh my
disagree.
god, yo, those tests, if I have a lot of like middle stuff, because sometimes I don't know. If I don't ask Eric, I don't know. So I'll just put like in the middle. And that basically like cancels out. Somewhat disagree, somewhat agree. Agree.
The thing is, it's certainly quite feasible that I would find fulfilling any number of possible courses of action that I would find more fulfilling than indecision. But that doesn't make me more decisive. I guess I'm going to need to eat something here. I think maybe I'll make some food. Maybe I'll make. Oh, we don't have any of that. We need to get more macaroni and cheese.
We don't have any more?
I think
No
we're out.
freaking way. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. The opposite of pleasure is pain. The opposite of pain is Boston baked beans. Well, let's see what we do have to cook.
Maybe rice and chili?
Yeah, I could do that. I could do rice and chili. All right, so let's cook some rice. Rice and chili is a pretty easy thing to cook. Step one on the rice chili journey is going to involve a pot, some water, some rice. All right. I'm not sure what Rachel's listening to in there. You know, for me, cooking, it means shifting gears to a more patient way of being than, say, microwave dinners, you know? it's just a more SI way of being, where people who have SI high up will often schedule their days around their meals and such. There's an implicit kind of animal correctness to making food, cleaning up, making food, eating food, cleaning up, that whole process. 2 cups of water in. Splash more, because that's probably a splash more than a cup of rice. Now we're going to jostle. All right. Here we go. We're going to put this on high flame for 8 minutes. And then when that 8 minutes is up, we'll give it a 22 minutes. No, I don't rinse my rice. It's good to experience enough so as to appreciate simple things. Well, that's true. Like, I'm no longer, I think, as, like, I don't expect as high a highs from life as I used to, perhaps. One way to put it.
Can I say I'm glad for that, because I don't really live life in highs.
Yeah, well, you and I are coming to terms with living life how we do. It's taking us a while. It's taking us a long time to find a comfortable flow, with very little outside structuring.
I do want to say that, I love the life that we have. And without any structure, it's nice to know how my life would be. And it's very pleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing fine. I'm not saying we need, in general, more structure or for the sensory world to expect a lot more of us. I think for me, it's good for me to get a job, and that'll sort of shift both of our dynamics as we get accustomed to the rhythms of regularity that such a thing produces. I think it'll be a nice change of pace and stuff. Of course, before we can move towards that, I got to get all this dental stuff done. Let me give Capio more food while I'm here. I like Banksy's character art. Speak softly but carry a big can of paint. Banksy. Bush's beans are great. Well, they have a very secret recipe, but their dog is always trying to share it with others. Always let them know your next bowel movement. Benjamin Franklin. Did Benjamin Franklin really say that? I have my doubts. Knoxville, Tennessee, huh? Is where Bush's beans are come from. They've got all the flavor of country music in them. Because they say Knoxville is like the Nashville of the other part of Tennessee. I guess make wind, maybe pass gas. I'm not sure. Flatulate.
Flatulent, yeah.
Butt burp.
Oh, yes.
Butt burp is possible. Nice way to say that. Okay. Two more minutes here on the boiling of the water before we're able to turn it down and move to the next phase of rice cooking. Knoxville is a college town. Nashville is a mini Las Vegas in cowboy boots. We may never know if cabbage is made of plastic or rubber, but may we always know our wives' moon cycles. Franklin Roosevelt. Again, I'm pretty sure Franklin Roosevelt never said that, but I suppose I could be wrong.
What are you doing?
Pepito came to eat her food. I'm gonna get a non-coffee beverage.
Hi, Caprio.
Hi, Ruben.
Hi, Ruben.
It's no longer the Seton Hall USC game. It is now the about to be the Arizona State Washington State game. In about 10 minutes. You can feed all your seasonal color analyses into one prompt. I'd probably start with any of the custom GPTs within ChatGPT because they come preset to do color analysis. Is that like if you upload a picture of a color and you say, what color is this? And they go green. I'm not that impressed by that ability. Oh, they have a community library of preset conversations. What do you know? Oh, really? If you upload a picture of a black person and it says, I don't know what color this person is? That's good.
That means you're colorblind. 1-800 hit me up for a good time. Might be something. It would push me out of line. Can't spell mine without the dollar sign. Rainbow money.
Take whatever, man. I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll let that rice go for about 20 minutes now. It might need an extra minute or so. I would hope if it says, what race is this person, it would say, race isn't a real thing. It's something that people subjectively identify as and can't be objectively verified. That's what it should say. But, you know, obviously AI would be better if it were mostly trained on me and what I say.
Oh yeah. When, Fly Guy was saying like you would be able to help me like with putting all my data from AI about my seasonal color type.
Yeah, Ruben says, I can link if you like, but they have a community library of preset conversations, which includes a color analysis preset.
I don't know what that means.
So, Ruben will send a link. Try to push it on your phone and see where it takes you.
Okay, thank you.
Natasha Williams pushed the bill Tuesday to bump pay for. Well, that's not shocking.
When you're free, like hit me up in the group chat or whatever.
May our nation's debt not reflect upon the common man's commode. Albert Einstein.
Yeah, Discord is perfect.
When are we going to reduce the horrible government overreach? I don't know, Pretty Cat. I don't know. I'm just trying to live today in a pleasant fashion as best I can.
That's good. Can you give me a kiss on the cheek? Thanks for letting me always kiss you on the lips too.
Of course, darling. Okay. It'll be nice to eat some food.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's one of those things that, like, I'm well served to cook and eat dinner rather than just microwave something, but because when I do that, I'm sort of shifting gears to a different pacing of life that's more consistent with the sensory, you know, in a way that does good for my overall well-being generally. I had to take me a Wellbutrin and a shot of coffee. Now, you can't snort Wellbutrin. Or, I mean, I think there is a kind of it that you can snort, but the kind I have has to be metabolized through the liver, I think. Almonds. Almonds are delicious, Deion Sanders. I eat quite a bit of almonds myself.
Me too. They are delicious.
Ever tried Metamucil? I've never tried Metamucil.
I don't know. I found it to be weak sauce.
Really?
Yeah.
I love pecan pie, but if I eat it, it'll throw my diet off. Well, one thing that I find Wellbutrin does to me is it makes me hungry. Or more correctly, it makes me feel like not good unless I eat. Have you ever tried those Flintstones vitamins? I did when I was a kid. I had some. I thought they were delicious. Michigan's got to play Ohio State on Saturday. Well, there goes Michigan's playoff chances. I like pecan pie, but the gel stuff can be way too deep. I hate when they make the pecan pie deep dish. Yeah, Flintstones vitamins, they were delicious. Is there merit to thinking social media is making us retarded? No, I don't think so. I think well, as I've explained before, I think that people were just as retarded in the past, but there were gatekeepers that limited the amount of stuff that was put out in print, you know? Oh yeah, if Michigan wins, they're in, but that seems unlikely. You know, I wasn't sure what you meant by pecan gel. I don't think I've had a lot of
What is
pecan
pecan
pie.
gel?
It must be the part of the pecan pie that's not pecans, I guess.
Okay.
Butter tarts. Butter tarts sound good.
They don't need to sound good, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure what exactly a butter tart is,
Me neither.
but I'm
I
down.
like butter, and I like tarts.
Yeah, I'm down for sure. Who knows what bowl USC is going to go to this year? It's not going to be a very good bowl. I think it's like a personal pecan pie. Oh, butter tart is? It's weird that a small sized pecan pie would have neither the word pecan nor pie in it. So this game here, the Southwest, it's called the Maui Invitational. Southwest refers to the airline. The Maui Invitational, USC just won their way into the finals, where they will match up against either Washington State or Arizona State. Okay, it's the jiggly innards of the pecan pie, but sometimes they put way too much and it's not the right ratio of jelly to spin the pecans upon. Fair enough. I mean, I'm not a huge pecan pie getter, so I don't think I've had that much of it. I like key lime pie.
Key lime pie is so good. I like chocolate pudding pie.
Chocolate pudding.
I like chocolate pudding, so.
The Butter tart is a type of small pastry tart highly regarded in Canadian cuisine. The sweet tart consists of a filling of butter, sugar, syrup, and egg baked in a pastry shell until the filling is semi-solid with a crunchy top.
Interesting.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
I'm not a lemon meringue fan particularly, no.
You're right, though, Fly Guy, about that. I think social media allows people to be surrounded by those who are all wrong about the same thing easily. Yes. Like, that's what TikTok is about. Like, your For You page, if you, like, for one time say, like, you want to, like, I don't know, see, I don't know what, I use TikTok so differently than how people use it, but, like, some people will look up, like, uh, decentering men, right? So you look up once decentering men. The next time you use the app, all of your For You stuff is going to be about decentering men and like all the same kind of opinion, not variety of opinions. So it can get toxic.
Yeah, well, the algorithm is just trying to show you what you want to watch.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I don't like to watch things that make me angry, so.
No, I'm not saying that that's what I would look up. Uh, I guess I'm saying if someone had a bad day and that's something that they looked up once, then it would just spew a whole like thousands of video on the same thing.
Well, you do end up with lots of people who are recklessly giving advice,
Yes.
right? Like, I have my experience. I'm going to position it as advice for everybody. And there are some people out there who just are looking for that kind of advice, I guess.
And it makes me think that I'm not doing like things right though. Like when women are like, "Girl, if you think that he's got your back, he doesn't," and I'm like, "Wait, what? Like I think my husband has my back."
Of course I do. It's, people who feel as though they've been mistreated by men, aka, they had a relationship with somebody who wasn't a good person or wasn't a good in a relationship, and instead of thinking that, they want it to be representative of a larger problem so that it's not just them, and so they can be understood better, like the real problem is that guy was toxic and
Yeah,
you
like
chose to be and stay with him.
yeah, like the most recent advice that I've gotten from like YouTube is that like if you get married, you should get a prenup. I'm like,
That's silly.
what do I even have? Whatever.
What was just making noise to stop making
The
noise?
coffee.
Oh, you made another pot of coffee?
Yeah.
Cool. But nowadays, this world's going to hell really fast. Well, it seems that way in some areas and not so much in other areas. It's a tumultuous, uncertain time, you know? I mean, I had 2 divorces and it didn't cost me anything. Bobby Hurley, coach of Arizona State, in his 11th season there. It's 9-3 Washington State. Uh, would I be financially better off without the marriages? I really don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, sure, Candace wasted a lot of money, but she did a good job of raising Delilah when she was little. Peach cobbler is an easy recipe you can do in 10 minutes.
That's good. Peach cobbler is something I think I would be into. I don't think I've actually ever had it.
Oh, nice shot. All right, so now it's a 1-point game. Washington State has 9. Arizona State has 8. I would expect Arizona State to win this game because they're 5-1, whereas Washington State is 3-3. I mean, I can understand there are plenty of reasons why somebody wouldn't want to get married and so forth, but
like you always knew you wanted a kid, right?
right.
I always knew that I wanted to get married. Like that was something that I really wanted, but I wasn't going to settle. Like I wasn't going to like just get married to anyone.
Now, you were smart like that. You didn't get married prior to marrying me.
Nope.
I was not so smart, but
Yeah,
I
but
did have a
it
kid.
happens- yeah, but things happen for a reason. You had Delilah.
Yeah. All right, 4 more minutes on the rice. I think I should let me heat up the chili. I'll heat up the chili in the microwave. And a bowl in the microwave. Doesn't need to be super hot. I think the way I'll do this is as follows. I'll get one of these big bowls. I'll put the chili into this big bowl. Heat it in here. Now I'll split it in half here. And I'll split the rice in half, and that should be a good approach. I really think this needs 1 more minute. Should I only put it in for either 20 or 21? Usually I put it in for 22. Marriage always benefits the woman. Well, I mean, I think our marriage benefits us both. I think we're both better off in a relationship than we would be otherwise. And all the ways that matter, you know? But different things matter to different people, obviously. I can't imagine life without Rachel. You know, we're a team, and when things are dark and scary in life, we have each other to cling to. You think marriage doesn't benefit a man? I mean, ultimately, a marriage is about Same thing a long-term relationship of any kind is really, which is it's about a partnership and facing life as a partnership rather than alone. And in a healthy, good relationship, you care a lot about each other and you want each other to be happy and you want to celebrate each other's successes and comfort each other in your down times and be there for each other in all kinds of different ways. Be there to share pleasurable experiences, going out to dinner and stuff. Live streaming, have a partner on the stream too, so it's not just me talking all the time. Most importantly, when I go to sleep at night, I'm not alone. Alone is scary.
Alone is scary?
Yeah.
I had a therapist once who told me that her mother gave her advice, and her mother would say that the world is made for twos.
No big deal.
It is not necessarily. In fact, like I think it's way more complicated than that. Apparently, statistics say that women are the ones who divorce. I don't know. Again, it's all point of view. I'm seeing it from these women who have been burned, so or they're trying to educate young women about marriage before they get married, so they take it seriously. I don't know. Like, do you mean like a prenup, Acacia? I mean, I think if they have good communication, they definitely do talk about, okay, so you make this amount of money, I make this amount of money, you contribute this much. Rice and chili, yes it is. I'm so excited for the rice and chili. Thank you for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
We watch it. There's yeah.
Well, the thing is, Putty Cat, you're talking about generalities, right? A lot of people don't do marriage well and aren't reasonable with each other when they get divorced. But whether or not that's going to happen to you is dependent on your choice of people, and on a lot of other things. Well, the point is, Putty Cat, that you cannot evaluate any specific marriage on the grounds that you're evaluating it on, right? You're saying that because deciding to get married and be in a long-term relationship is not a matter of plain probabilities, right? People are trying to find the right person, their life partner, and a lot of times they don't find the right person, they find the wrong person. That's not an indictment of marriage itself or long term relationships. It's revelatory about how bad we are at picking our partners.
I think that's generally true.
I mean, I think you're trying to evaluate as a general proposition something that can only ever be experienced as a specific marriage. But people can take, well, like I said, 50% of marriages end in divorce, which means all marriages that end in divorce are failures, right? And none of the marriages that don't end in divorce are failures. Now, that might not be the case. Some of the marriages that don't end in divorce are nevertheless failures. But the point is, you're not it's not like you're making a bet at the horse racing track when you decide to get in a long term relationship. Well, our guy puts it much better than I did when he says, marriage is worth to a man is dependent on what the man values. If you don't value a family, children, and a partner, their financial security, then it will seem worthless to you. Pretty cat, I don't agree that statistically marriages are failures. I do agree that most people take more than one attempt to get it right. It's a different frame of reference than what you're saying, right? Like, it is true that most people marry the wrong person first, as I did, but Rachel didn't. And again, not an indictment of marriage, just an indictment of individuals' ability to make the right choice about what person. Yeah, it's like you're just trying to demonize women in some fashion for God knows what reason. You seem to want to frame marriage as somehow predatory as men. What are we eating? We're eating chili and rice. It's a nice, hearty meal.
Mm-hmm.
It's warm, good winter meal. Right, but the thing is, Pretty Cat, when you're talking statistics, you're not talking about something that people make those kind of decisions on, right? It's not a good idea to make your decision about your life partner, whom you love and who you want to be with, based on your statistical analyses. So it's exactly the wrong place to take emotion out of it. In fact, you're always dealing with another human being, not a woman, right? Not an example of her gender, but rather a specific human being. We're eating chili and rice. There are lots of places in the world to take emotion out of the equation. That is exactly the wrong place to take emotion out of the equation. And it's equally so the case that you don't need justifications for wanting to be single, you know?
No, you don't.
You don't need to show that it's objectively better because you're never going to get objectively better for some things like that.
That could be out.
Like, I watched a video today about this guy who started to walk around the world. I know it seems impossible, but he walked from the bottom of South America up all the way through North America, through Canada, across the Bering Strait. He had to go around Russia somehow. And anyway, he's now in his 50s. He's been walking around the world his entire life, most of his adult life. And now he's kind of coming near the end, he's going to have to swim the English Channel to get back to England. But, he's getting near the end of his journey. And his advice to the world was, get off the couch and go do stuff and blah, 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 blah. My question is, why in the world would anybody want to walk around the world for decades?
Like for decades. That's crazy. Does he like stop?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not walking 24 hours a day, you know.
Okay.
But the point is that there's a lot of pointless things you could spend your life doing, working in various kinds of offices and stuff, but just walking not to get somewhere, I just don't get it at all. Did you listen to Daft Punk's Around the World for the entire 30 years?
30 years walking around the world. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't really want to do that. Like, I don't want that to be my goal.
Right, he, it is consistent with the point you made that my previous marriages ended in divorce, and it's also consistent with the point I made that many people get it wrong first before they get it right, before they pick the right person. That's not a reason to fail to pick at all. I don't know. Prenup just seems like you're basically acting under the assumption that it's going to fail.
That's how I feel.
Well, no, Putty-Cat, because like my second marriage, even though it ended in divorce, it was still a successful marriage. It did what it's supposed to do. It had a shelf life and it ended, But that was a much more utilitarian marriage than my other ones. The point is, there's no general rule regarding something like marriage or long-term relationships because, as Spy Guy said, it entirely depends on what you value. And just because a good percentage of marriages end in divorce, it's not an indictment of marriage. Talking business first in a marriage or relationship like it's a transaction is cold and terrible. I agree.
It's fine if marriage isn't for you either. If you're fine with like not being married, that's like your prerogative. That's the thing. And it's true, a lot of people do get it wrong the first time. It's like, I don't know, we're not really taught like what's right in a relationship and stuff. I don't know. I
For
just
all
don't
of human
know.
history, people have had trouble with finding the right people to do this
Yeah.
and stuff. And
Yeah, and a lot of people, because like divorce was taboo. It didn't happen a lot. So people would, they would be wrong together and stay together. I don't know. It's just
right, and some cultures try to have arranged marriages to
yeah.
help people find the right person that would be more or less successful, etc. Well, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. That's what you're trying to find, right? Everybody's trying to find who wants to be in a relationship, wants to be in a marriage, is trying to find the person for whom they truly are their soulmate and it's forever and all that kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. But people are often wrong about
I
that.
mean, it happens.
And some people, like me, they're not even going into it with that mindset necessarily.
Yeah.
Like I didn't with my second marriage was very utilitarian. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know some people who are kind of well, not really. Those kind of older people who have lost a spouse or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about like having a life partner? Are you cool with that? Are you cool with like living with someone and like maybe splitting things or like having separate like bank accounts, having separate like you pay for this, you pay for that, but like not be married?
Yeah, some people are really like that. They don't want to they don't want to be too infused into one person. Like to keep things separate and so forth. And other people are much more comfortable with joint checking accounts and stuff like that.
I I'm a merger. I like merging with my partner. And that's why like you know I was I just that's what I wanted since I was a kid to take someone else's name to get married and to be with someone forever. I know that sounds like a little girlish, but that's really what I wanted.
Well, the thing is, Plicat, you're right to some extent that if I'm not secure in myself, the marriage won't fix that. But it's also the case that I think Rachel and I have made each other better versions of ourselves
Uh huh.
in lots of ways.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that we were broken and insecure before we got together, but it does empower, I think, each of us to be a more secure and comfortable version of ourselves
Yes.
because we're not in flux regarding our relationship status and such.
No. We you really like broke me out of my what was I in like a trance kind of or whatever. Like you didn't do things half-assed. It's either I was in this relationship completely or there was no relationship. I wasn't going to be wavering like, well, let's see what happens. Like,
Yeah, well, that's very bipolar of me.
Yeah, but you had to because I was being insecure from I was taking shit from my past relationships thinking that like I wasn't going to be good enough for you and that I would disappoint you as a partner. So I was like, let me leave before like I disappoint him. And you were like, you set me straight. You had to.
You don't disappoint me.
Thanks.
And Ruben's correct that just because people fail to uphold an ideal doesn't mean the ideal shouldn't be upheld. But the thing is, I'm not making any normative claims about marriage. And if Pussycat's just making financial claims about it, well, I mean, I'm sure you can substantiate those with some data, and that's fine. It's just that it's not really a financial decision. Having conscious rules or whatever seems lame. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's understandable that people who come out of failed relationships, especially if you're with somebody who's kind of toxic, that you're going to try to develop a better sense of red flags to not make that mistake again,
Yeah. And like, okay, this is gonna sound pathetic, but at the time I was really into astrology and like Eric's chart is very compatible with a lot of people's charts. So I was like, oh my gosh, like I might not be the best partner for Eric. Like I don't feel worthy. That was my own shit. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's no reason to trust that astrology's got that right.
I know. That's why you had to shake me up a bit.
Shake it up.
Yeah.
Some things are easier to accept not to do when you're in a relationship compared to when you're not in one. You know what chart matters the most? The chart of the heart. Thanks, Ruben.
It's true.
Astrology wasn't the problem there. It was the issue of self-doubt. Yeah, well, I think that's what Rachel's saying as well.
Yeah. It was self-doubt. Yeah, but here's the thing, like, I'm still learning about like self-doubt. Like, I don't know.
But seriously, the proof is that Eric actively chooses to be with you and not with any of those other people.
No, it's true. It's true. I'm totally retrograding this. I'm speaking from the past, like when we first got together.
This is a retrospective.
Yeah, this is retrospective. Like, I do not think that now. I mean, I do sometimes. I can't lie. Like, there are times where I'm like, oh man, like if he was with someone who had like 2 in their enneagram, like he'd have so much more help. Or I do deal, something that I do struggle with is self-doubt. But in the beginning I was coming from such toxic relationships that I thought that this one was doomed to fail, and Eric had to talk me smack some sense into me and realize, like, no, like, this is not what you went through. This is something different.
Y to the E to the S to the S to the S to the SIR. Yes, sir. I used to have more self-doubts or like self-worth questions in a relationship, but I think because I'm SI, I am better able to take it for granted, be comfortable in the continuity of what is. Also, I evaluate it against my previous experiences more than against some external map, you know. So it's it's obviously a very good relationship, healthy, because all I have to do is think about compare it against previous relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I can compare it um, against an ideal too, and it compares just fine, right? Like in an ideal relationship, we wouldn't fight, we'd be in broad agreement, we have shared values or compatible values, etc. All those various things, and we do. So, but those kind of maps are not the same kind of maps as, say, astrological compatibility, or even
Yeah,
or even typological compatibility.
and yeah, that's true. And I'm sorry for like, you know, taking astrology so seriously, especially in the past.
I mean, I don't care. I'm just using it as an example of the other kind of map, right? Like you can say that we are compatible pointing to things that are specific to us, which includes things like compatible values. Or we could say
Mm.
we are compatible for things not specific to us, which could be things like personality type,
Yeah.
or could be enneagram type, or could be
Yeah.
astrology, or could be, I don't know, numerology, any of those kind of purported external maps of who you are. It could be blood type, like the Japanese are into blood type
It's
a
true.
lot. Um,
Chinese are into zodiacs, very much so.
yeah, so by and large, it is the case that we can explain our compatibility via cognitive function stacks, but the best way to check to see if we're compatible is to actually evaluate our day to day lives,
Yeah.
our ease of getting along with each other, etc. If man is worthy, can he not fight for custody? I got custody in my first divorce. I didn't really have to fight for it very much, even. I mean, you gotta. The thing to remember is not all men want the kid. I did, and I got her.
You got before you get married, you got to agree on that though.
And
You,
that's something worth agreeing on
you
before.
really do. That has to be a non-negotiable because it's not like all of a sudden the kid is in the world and then you change your mind.
Oh yeah, they're mistyped. Well, the thing about the courts, though, Putty Cat, by and large, is maybe it's not always the case in family court, but as a general rule, the courts favor the party with the better arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And as it should be. To the extent that it's not favoring that and it's favoring something else, that's unfortunate and should change. Problem is, a lot of people don't trust the courts to do that, right? They don't trust the courts to favor the better arguments and to make the right determination. And a lot of times you get injustices as a result. Nobody's trying to rebut your statistical argument, Pussycat. The rebuttal is that's not a good way to make a determination about a life partner, right? If one were to use those kind of calculi, then one would draw the conclusions you've drawn. But for most people, that's not a good way to choose your life partner, or choose whether or not to have a life partner. The Even if you're completely right about structural advantages towards women and financial disadvantages towards men in general, that means, of course, in your instance, in your specific instance, if you play out as it does statistically, you're going to play out at X disadvantage. That's just not how any sane person makes any decision about their relationships, whether they should have one or not, or whether they should have one with this person or not. It's not a good way to make that kind of determination. There's a place and there's a lane for everything, right? That's not the right lane for that decision. If it is for you, great, that's fine, right? But that's not, by and large, a good way to choose a relationship partner. Otherwise, you'd always choose somebody who would financially benefit you. And that's not the case, right? It is not the case that you should therefore marry a woman who brings a lot of money to the table and will financially benefit you because of the financial benefits. If I were to say that that's the case, would you agree with me? No. For obvious reasons, that what matters is if you love the person, stuff like that. So indeed, if you want to marry for financial benefit, then no matter what gender it is you are, you should always marry somebody who has more money than you and could provide more financial benefits for you. And so, to the extent that generally women benefit more from marriages than men, then generally women are more successful at implementing that plan of getting with somebody who has more money than you do. But obviously, that's a terrible reason to decide to be in a relationship. No, that is a concern, Buddy Cat. That is a concern that, the two parties should be generally on the same page regarding finances, spending, expectations, etc. But that's part of the process of becoming partners, right? And that's part of the process that you're trying to invalidate with your statistics. It's not that financial realities aren't an important part in the success and well-being of a marriage. It's just that considerations of how a marriage will ultimately negatively impact you financially, especially if it ends, is putting the cart way before the horse. And the thing is, when you do take financials into consideration, you're always taking the financials of an individual person for which your statistics don't matter at all. Because, like I said, some of the time the guy could be getting with a rich woman, right? And you would say, oh, you shouldn't do that because men get harmed financially more in marriages than women do. Well, that's obviously not going to be the case in that one. So the statistics are irrelevant to every specific case. Did I bring my drink out? Of course not. But again, the nice thing about this area of decision making is that if you want to pick the criteria that you're voicing as your criteria, then that's perfectly acceptable. They're just only going to be informative, your statistics, to people who want to evaluate things on that criterion. Do I think it's a sensible criterion? No, I don't. But that's me, and I'm not you. It's cold like cold weather outside.
Well, the weather outside is frightful.
Yeah. Let's see. In its earliest recorded version, the till death written as till death us depart. Huh. Interesting. I guess it's changed somewhat. You can have huge disparities in the ability for one to convey their points separate from what is true. That's true. Well, it is true that most people who make the vow till death do us part, or a substantial portion of them, fail to uphold that vow.
Not on purpose, though, right?
Right. Or they don't, when they make the vow, they don't intend to not uphold it. We don't have a fireplace, unfortunately, at our house. We do have these fireplace things, but I shut them both off at some point so that they wouldn't waste propane, and then I'm finding it hard to get the pilot light relit. We could build a fire down on the hill, on the flat part down at the bottom, and have an outside fire. Yeah, well, there are strict building code regulations regarding fireplaces nowadays. You can have them grandfathered in and such, but it's pretty hard to get a fireplace built on in a house after 2000, which is when this house was built. You got a fire in your pants? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You should, yeah. Small fire extinguisher on your belt for when your pants catch on fire. Someone was saying earlier that the internet allows people who are wrong about something to hang out with other people who are wrong about the same thing. And in other words, echo chambers that reinforce existing wrongnesses. But that's what makes it so weird when you encounter somebody like Tuts who could go someplace where his wrongnesses are just sort of tolerated as the endless acceptable variation within a non-explanation. But I guess he's motivated by indignation or something. I don't know. I always try to understand this phenomenon when they occur, and I never really do. Like, what drives people to behave like that? Hudson's mom has been both married and divorced. I've been married and divorced and married and divorced and married. I had a good discussion with a very liberal friend of mine today that suggested the best presidential candidate was John McCain. John McCain would have been a good candidate to have been elected, I agree. I think if you liked someone a lot and chose not to stay with them because they didn't have a lot of money, that's some real waste of life right there. Like, what a puss, live a little, grandma. Yeah, well, I can't imagine denying my heart in that way. Like, I was very much smitten with Rachel.
And I was smitten with you.
The idea of making some sort of calculation as to economic return. I mean, I just couldn't possibly have done it. I would have felt so brokenhearted and stuff, you know.
In fact, when we got together, Eric told me that we wouldn't be getting married, and I was heartbroken because I loved him so much, and I was like, how not marry like the person that I love? Like, it was something that I really
Yeah, well, that was about my dad.
Right, I know, but at the time it was something that I had to accept if I wanted to be with you, and I still chose my heart over my head. You know, I could have been like, oh, like I couldn't. I don't know. I can't picture myself. Some people might have been like, well, that's a deal breaker or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, life doesn't make sense, says Hero Lamb. A lot of things in life are not rational things. And certainly that can cause me a lot of problems. Because I tend to be better at things that are rational.
Mm. We probably both are, right? I mean, I'm not the best.
Yeah, well, we're both objectivists, you know. And functionally, that means we both have deficits in our subjectivities that make it challenging for us um, to excel in those areas, to understand ourselves, etc.
Yeah. You know what? Like, a lot of YouTubers who give relationship advice talk about how like limerence is bad. Well, we both experienced it, like right in the beginning.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I think for us, it was a good sign of good things to come, you know?
yeah. Do you think there is a time when limerence is bad?
I mean, I don't know because I've not really experienced it before. Perhaps, you know, somebody might call love bombing a form of limerence, or
Yeah.
try or misidentify one for the other or something.
Or you get love bombed, therefore you start a phase of limerence towards the person who's love bombing you.
That's possible. Hi, show media.
Hey, show media.
Christmas decorations and the advertisements. Yeah, I had high hopes for a moment too. But he was disappointing across the board. think I live each day as a new thing, so planning and being rational not strong suit for me, but I also dislike it. Yeah, well, I'm trying to be a little bit less of every day is just wake up and see what happens. I like to have some sense of a plan and maybe getting a few things done. But well, I mean, I agree that people who plan the shit out of everything can sometimes take all the joy out of things, like okay, dude, I don't want to go do all this stuff. That can certainly be the case, but it's also the case that for most of us who are perceiving types, we could say we're more naturally inclined towards play it by ear. A little bit more planning probably does us some good. It makes sense that you would be so opposed to it with it in the sixth slot, though. Here I am. Yeah. Knowing now what you're going to do later today is a very SI thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any plans for tomorrow?
I don't really have any plans for tomorrow, I don't think. We might go to town.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's no longer the USC versus Seton Hall basketball stream because that game's over and now we're watching the Arizona State game.
Oh.
Yeah, the first George W. Bush did a good job. It ain't my jam to make a lot of plans, but it can be very helpful. I think probably for you as well as for me, Acacia, it makes you feel like things aren't so chaotic when you know ahead of time what's going to happen, etc. Plan on going a space shuttle to the moon. You're going to take a space shuttle to the moon? Well, that's good. I hope you successfully make it to the moon without any equipment failures.
Me too.
Well, what you two going to town on? Well, at some point in the next couple of days, we need to get a turkey, right? And it'd probably be good to get it tomorrow so it has a chance to defrost. So we might do that tomorrow because you're supposed to let it sit in the fridge for 72 hours before, I think. So that would be fine if we get it tomorrow in the middle of the day. When we take it out Thursday, middle of the day, well, it'd be Wednesday, 24. That would just be 48 hours. We could leave it out for like 12 hours beforehand.
We're going to get a small one, right?
Yeah, we'll get a small one.
Are you and Acacia hanging out person to person in person for Thanksgiving? Or
What's a piping hot piñata? It's a piñata filled with piping hot flan. We froze our turkey up until this morning, then today it's in the fridge, tomorrow it's on the counter. Well, maybe we should put ours on the counter then when we get it home tomorrow. And let it defrost until Thursday.
My sister's in Europe, but her favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. So she's having friends over on Saturday.
Who is?
My sister.
Hmm.
She loves Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's useful planning to make sure your turkey's defrosted adequately before you cook it. You know, and it should be fine to leave it out for maybe, we start by leaving it out for 48 hours, but if it seems like it's defrosted before it's time to cook it, we can put it in the fridge. I'll need to get aluminum pan to cook it in, and we can defrost it in that as well.
Oh, that happens, Keisha.
Well, we haven't bought it yet, so it's gonna be frozen when we buy it, I'm sure. Old Crangy McBasketball. Anyone have a drunk uncle to make fun of at Thanksgiving? No.
No.
We're not gonna have a big family Thanksgiving. Just be me and Rachel. Maybe we'll meet up with the neighbors conceivably.
Do you want me to bring it up to them?
Yeah, sure. You could say, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving?
Okay.
If you're not doing anything, do you want to have Thanksgiving over here?
So, hey. Hey, two, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Yeah. And if you don't have plans,
Doing for Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm.
and if you don't have plans, do you want to have it over here? We're gonna cook a turkey.
Have plans. You're welcome here. We're making turkey.
No, we have not bought anything for a Christmas party yet.
Should we?
Well, we're gonna have to take something over there, right?
Yeah, we do need to
like
bring hors
finger-
d'oeuvres.
Finger foods or
Mhm.
something. And yeah, we'll get some beer and wine for here.
Yeah, we do have. If we're hosting.
If they're gonna come over,
Yeah.
So we'll get those things. And it's nice to have the neighbors over if they do come and make it a little bit more of a holiday feel, I guess.
Well, what, tomorrow is Wednesday, or
Yeah,
Tuesday?
No, tomorrow's Wednesday.
Oh shit, we really gotta clean tomorrow then, like the table.
Yeah, I gotta do a lot of stuff if they're coming over.
Mhm.
Well, I guess I'll just have to do that.
Oh, cuteness in that commercial. We can work on it together. We could do it together. It'll take half the time.
All right. It won't take very long once I get started on actually like putting a handle on shit. For example, I could take all those branches down and just put them in a big garbage bag for now and then deal with it more later, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Ruben. Whenever you get the chance, it's not like a dire need, obviously. It's just for fun. So whenever you get the chance, it's appreciated.
I'm not sure what kind of beer we'll buy. We do have some beer here, actually. I don't think we need to buy beer so much as we need to buy wine. Everyone will have eaten at the neighbor's Christmas party. You could do Christmas cookies and dessert and coffee. I mean, I think they have coffee there.
I think so too. Let me check.
There's instructions on the invite as to what to bring. I think
Yeah,
it's
hors d'oeuvres.
hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are, yes, there's a local brewery that makes bootjack beer, and there's also a local hard cider place that makes.
Honestly,
Hard cider.
Tom and Marianne are so fun. Okay, this is the invite. How cute. Please join us for our annual neighborhood Christmas party. Where? Tom and Marianne's home. When? December 13th, 2025, 4 p.m. to ? Stay as long as you like, or just pop in for a few minutes. Meet new friends and enjoy seeing old ones, and bring your family. Please bring your favorite hors d'oeuvres to share. We will have beer, wine, coffee, and Marianne's famous white chicken chili. Please join us by supporting Manor House by bringing a non-perishable food item.
Okay, so we'll bring a non-perishable food item like a can of chili or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they've got a lovely home. We went there last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very pleasant time.
I will say, going there, that made me feel like the holidays.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, and it was nice.
We didn't know if they were going to have it because the power was out.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, no big whoops. People up here, they've all got generators. See you, Acacia.
Yeah, they were like, of course we were gonna have it.
Yeah. So I'm getting my my dental surgery done on the 8th. The party's on the 13th, so hopefully that's enough time to heal. Really, it should be. I don't think it should take that long to feel at least, ready to be up and about and do things. I don't know what hors d'oeuvres we're bringing. Well, we're more likely to buy something than make something, I'd say. I don't have a go-to hors d'oeuvre that I make because I have a finite list of foods that I make, and it does not include hors d'oeuvres. Could make just steamed broccoli, I guess. Steamed broccoli with soy sauce. That's a good meal. That's a good taste sensation. If you like sensational tastes. If you could laugh, react to individual comments, I would put one on, please. Yeah. Why do they not have that function? Good question, Ruben. Be nice if you could specify, but you just put at that person. But yeah, it makes sense. Good. Can you get the harder at the market? Yeah, you can. You can get it at the supermarket. One of the kinds of cider is called something like cozy sweater. They have a few different, like, I don't know, varieties of cider. Maybe they're made slightly different ways, or they use different apples. I'm not really sure what the difference is between them. But they've got more than one label name under their brand, you know. Obviously, I've never tried it, but we have bought it before for visitors. I don't want to type though. Would be good to. I can't read that from up here. Let's see. Would be good to touch, hold, and then a wheel pops up. Yeah, that would be nice. Well, yeah, they're always making improvements to YouTube. Maybe that's one they'll make. Hello, Jonathan Carpenter. How are you this evening? I'm having a very wintry outdoors time here. Gave you a ton of credit for buying booze and being around people that drank. Even though you don't participate, that shows you have willpower. Well, thanks, Putty, kept saying that. I see it more as acceptance than willpower. I've accepted in full that I can't drink, so it doesn't require any particular willpower not to. I think it's important to me that the person cannot need the laugh. It's somewhat unknowable, but there are. I can't read that. Oh, my old tired eyes. There were people in the past, early theorists on eyes, who said that the problem is you're not exercising your eyes enough. You need to strain to see things more often, and then they'll get stronger. But That's not actually true. They are muscles to some extent in your eyes, but they just become less robust as they get older rather than stronger with all the exercise. I read an article today that more people than ever are addicted to marijuana. I always thought it was not addicted, so I was confused. Well, you know, people use that term to mean various things. Like, I am a very regular pot smoker, but it would be misleading to say I was addicted to marijuana. Because, first of all, most of the time, we don't think of addiction as being a positive thing, or as having like acceptable sustainability. Whereas I do tend to think that marijuana has acceptable sustainability for me as a habit. And you know, different people call different things addiction. Certainly, there are a lot of people in the world who want matters of intoxicant consumption to be very black and white. But they're doing a disservice to reality. Yeah, I can't watch that stuff, Ruben, personally. Impractical jokers. That kind of stuff is not for me. Same with like Jackass and stuff. Oh. It takes a certain person to enjoy it. I like to cringe. Yeah, not my thing. Right.
I liked Jackass too, but I was like, I don't know, 14, 15 when it came out. So, my judgment, I, and like, there was like, I don't think there really was internet. So, you just end up watching stuff like on TV.
Yeah.
And Jackass was one of those things. It was such a popular show.
Well, I think I'm winding down here. Think you?
Yeah.
All right. I think we're going to wrap this up. Thanks a lot for being here tonight. And we'll see you again next time on Talking with Famous People.